Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call a special council meeting of Monday, November 15th, 2021 to order. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, need a mover and seconder for approval of the agenda. Moved by Councillor Dunstall. Second, Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the agenda for the special council meeting of November 15th, 2021 be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Before we move into closed session, I'll read the electronic participation statement declaration. Good evening, members of the council. Before we begin the closed session, all members are reminded that any discussions in closed are to remain confidential as per our procedural bylaw and our code of conduct for the council of the town of Grimsby. Before we begin, I need each member that is attending electronically to confirm the following: that you understand that matters are to remain confidential, and to confirm that no one else is present with you, and confirm that no one else can hear this closed session, and confirm that you are not using any electronic devices other than your tablet or computer for the purposes of this video conferencing only, and confirm that you're not recording this portion of the meeting. If you acknowledge all the above, please reply with "I understand" and confirm to all the statements. Councillor Bothwell?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Dunstall?
Sorry. Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Frake?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Cadwell?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Ritchie?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Sharp?
I understand and confirm to all except the electronic devices.
Councillor Vane?
Understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Vardy?
I understand and confirm to all statements.
And I understand and confirm to all the statements. Need a mover and seconder to move into closed. Moved by Councillor Frake. Seconder, Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that council proceed to meet in closed session under section 2392D, labor relations or employee negotiations, specifically relating to employee compensation review. All in favor? That's carried. We're now moving into closed.
Recording in progress.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're back and open now. Need a mover and seconder to approve the direction in closed session. Moved by Councillor Bain, second by Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Bain, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that confidential report HR 21-03 2021 compensation review be received and that staff proceed with the direction provided in closed session in regards to the employee compensation review. All in favor? That's carried. Need a mover and seconder for the bylaw. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Bain. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Bain. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 21-84 and that same be read a first time. All in favor? That's carried. Need a mover and seconder for second and third reading of the bylaw. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 21-84 read a first time now, be now read a second time and third time and finally passed, and the mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same and rule council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? That's carried. This meeting is adjourned and we will return to our committee of the whole at 6:25. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call Committee of the Whole to order for Monday, November 15th, 2021. First off, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, before we move to approval of the agenda, I just have an announcement. I would like to take a moment on behalf of council and town staff to express our deepest sympathy for the recent passing of Courtney Rousseau, a member of the Grimsby Fire Department. Like all of our firefighters, Courtney was dedicated and proud to serve his community. Over the last 6 years, Courtney worked his way through the ranks in order to serve Grimsby and residents valiantly and to protect our town. We would like to extend our thoughts and prayers to his wife, Adrienne, and 2 children, Abby and Katie, who will miss him more than anyone could imagine. Now we move to approval of the agenda. And we have an addition. Dominic Colangelo is a late delegation, so we need a mover and seconder to approve that. Moved by Councillor Bain, second by Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Bain, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that the delegation from Donato Colangelo be included to the Committee of the Whole agenda of November 15th, 2021. All in favor? That's carried. Seeing no other changes to the agenda, we just need a mover and seconder to approve the amended agenda. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that the agenda for the Committee of the Whole meeting of November 15th, 2021 be approved as amended. All in favor? That's carried. And we move to adoption of the previous minutes, Grimsby Economic Development Committee and Grimsby Museum Board. Councillor Vardy?
I would just like to lift something in the minutes, so I guess when we get to that point, please.
Which minutes or which would you like?
Oh, sort of listing on the agenda. So not the minutes, but TC 2110. The calendar.
Okay, yeah, so you can do that later in the meeting. All right, so we need, Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. I'm the council member on the museum board. I just want to give a very brief update on what went on at our meeting. We're working on our strategic plan. We're moving forwards with that. The Grimsby Museum is open, and it's open from Wednesday to Saturday from 1 to 5, and it's open a little bit later on Wednesday, and it's closed a little bit earlier on Saturday. But the hours are online, and I think later in this meeting or in our council meeting, we have a resolution to approve admission by donation only. So that's an exciting thing. If you want to come to just pop into the museum, make a small donation, and everyone is welcome. If you can't make a donation, I mean, hopefully you can throw a toonie in the bin or something, but it's exciting. We have some exciting exhibits going on. We just closed our Mickey Mouse exhibit. Coming up soon is the influenza exhibit, and it's been a really popular thing after this COVID outbreak or whatever you want to call it. So if you guys are interested, stop by the museum Wednesday to Saturday. You can look us up online. Thanks.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'd just like to give a brief overview with regards to our GDAC meeting we had on Monday, November the 8th at 8:30. We did have a overview with regards to the business retention expansion and Niagara Planning Board initiatives. There was a presentation also done by the Niagara Workforce Planning Board update. Again, we had a presentation for the committee members, and then we had some good discussion about the business retention. And the committee's got the opportunity to welcome and see Frank Amelia, our Economic Development Officer, and Frank gave us a great report and information session with regards to projects and next steps in that. So yeah, it was a great meeting. So thank you very much.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just would like to ask a question of Councillor Sharp, please. I believe the minutes that are included are the November 3rd Museum Board minutes, at which time it notes that there was no quorum and the meeting did not occur. So I believe that you held a meeting, maybe it was November 11th, where some of the items you discussed might have been on it, and maybe we're just missing those minutes because I don't see any of that discussion in, this is where there was no quorum for this meeting that you spoke to.
You're right. So the meeting we had, we didn't have quorum, so we weren't able to pass the resolution. So we held a special meeting to pass only the time-sensitive resolution, which was the admission by donation only.
So
and then we'll have.
It's unfortunate because I don't think it's in our agenda at all tonight.
I think it's in the council agenda.
Okay, because I don't recall seeing it, so it might be something the clerk can help clarify.
Okay, we had the special meeting to, I think it's coming, I could be corrected, but either way, that's coming down the line, whether it's this meeting or the next meeting.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the minutes was published a little later and there is a CEP coming, so that will be in the December 6th agenda package.
Thank you.
Waiting to try and get it into this council agenda, but I guess it didn't get made to that agenda. So there will be upcoming at the next meeting a resolution to allow admission by donation only. It's great. We really think it will increase participation at the museum. Thanks.
All right, I'll read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the Grimsby Economic Development Committee meeting minutes of November 3rd and the Grimsby Museum Board minutes of November 3rd be received. All in favor? That's carried. Now we move to our consent agenda. And Councillor Vardy, now is the time if you want to lift something off of consent.
Yeah, I'd like to lift TC 2110, please.
All right, so Councillor Vane. Councillor Vane, you're muted.
Sorry, I'm not sure if it's in this minutes or the council minutes, but I want to lift the discussion we had regarding BRE. I received a call today from a business owner and they were quite adamant that we need to discuss this publicly. So I'm not sure which minutes this is in. It was a special council meeting.
So you, Mr. Mayor, are you talking about lifting a report CAO 2120, Grimsby Business Retention and Expansion Report and Action
That's
Plan?
the one. Yeah, is that the one where we had a presentation?
That's the report that was in under consent.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to lift that, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we just need mover and seconder for the remainder of our consent agenda. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole hereby approves the following items and the various consent items be approved on the recommendation as contained therein. Report ITSI 21-03 network printer and services refresh, and report DPW 21-29 Assumption and Municipal Services Azure West subdivision. All in favor? And that is carried. All right. Now we're moving to the lifted report, CAO 2120, Grimsby Business Retention and Expansion Report and Action Plan. Councillor Vane, you'd like to speak on that?
Yeah, I just, as they say, I got a call today from a business owner, and apparently the report's been made public, so I'm not out of turn talking about it publicly. They were quite upset at the comments about council and felt that we should be discussing it. Whether any member of council wants to discuss it or not is up to you, but the report was quite damning against us as a council. 47% of the businesses or something apparently were not happy with us. So I'm not quite sure how we're going to address that or what we're going to do to address it, but I don't believe you were there that night, Mayor, but the comments were pretty harsh. And so I just think it might be worthy of some discussion if anybody's interested, to at least let the business community know what we're going to do about it, if anything. That was really the only reason I lifted it, because as I say, it was a business owner that asked me to lift it. So I said I would, and we'll see if we wanted to discuss it or not. That's it for me right now.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thanks, Mayor. I think in the report, it actually says that GDAC and staff will develop a series of action steps that will address the following issues. And the issue maybe that Councillor Vane's referring to is that council needs to create a stronger image, support, and leadership with the business community. So I think I would leave that with GDAC and staff to perhaps, if they obviously are working on that, it says they will develop a series of action steps. So I would look forward to hearing how they feel that one that item can be addressed in the future. So thank you.
Councillor Vane.
I think the impression I was left, and not only from the meeting itself, but from talking to a couple of business owners, and more specifically this one in particular today, I don't think this is something that I just want to sit back and say, let a committee, a voluntary committee or an advisory committee to tell us how to improve. I think we as a council need to look at it, because there were some very harsh words said today about council in general and future plans from the business community. So I think if we kick it back to an advisory committee, we're just passing the buck, and I don't think we're doing what we should be doing. But that's just my opinion. That's it. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you for bringing that part of the report up, Councillor Vane. It was a bit disturbing for me personally, and I'm sure maybe members of council too, because I know I feel that as a town as a whole, GDAC and staff, we've done a lot working with the businesses through these very trying times of COVID. And that, again, to get this BR&E report completed under these circumstances and conditions, again, with the great leadership of Susan Manuel and the committee members that were involved with that, I think we've taken some huge steps forward in a supportive role to the community, working with the chambers and the DIA. So what I was just wondering, I know, and our economic development officer has only been here for a very short time, but trust me, he's been very busy just in his report that he gave to the members of the committee of GDAC. He's got some great ideas. And I just wonder if maybe Frank wouldn't mind, just from his past experiences and with his background and knowledge, if he could maybe just make a comment or two on that. I don't mean to put him on the spot or anything like that, but he has a wealth of experience. So if we could, Mayor, if that's okay, that's all right with Frank. I see he's logged in. Thank you.
Good evening, Frank. If you want to make some comments, go ahead. Frank, you're muted.
Good evening, Mayor Jordan and the members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter. The members of council are doing a very good job, as far as I'm concerned, in trying to reach out to the business community by undertaking a series of positive steps towards creating an economic development strategy. And I think that's very important. A strategy tells us on how we're going to get there, what are the costs associated with that, and what are some of the results by getting there. The BRNE report is just one of the foundational type of reports that were provided to us, along with the regions report and the workforce planning board. All that put together we're going to work towards putting together a strategy, an economic development strategy. And in the strategy, we will define exactly what the issues are. One can say a lack of leadership. I could say the opposite of that, in the sense that I think the leadership from council has been, from an economic development perspective, has been positive, in the sense that you've established an economic development officer. You've established, and you are working toward, well, you've created a BRNE report. You're also putting together, we will be putting together an economic development strategy. These are all positive things. Now, from the other angle, one can say that council should possibly participate in a corporate calling program that maybe the mayor or the local councilor of that particular area should be visiting and knocking on some doors and find out what some of their concerns are and how we can address them. That's leadership, okay? So these are some of the things we'll be talking about during the process of putting together a strategy. And with each objective, we will identify some action steps with Councillor Caldwell and the committee to identify exactly what we can do to minimize that lack of presence, if you will, between council and the business community. But let me just say this, that is from a professional perspective, council has made a very good step in the past year or so of putting together the economic development department. That's very important because we as professionals, well, our main objective is to assist our local business community to create jobs and taxable assessment. And in so doing, our objective is to knock on the doors of these businesses and see how we can help them. If members of council would like to come along with us and do that, I think it helps a great deal. And finally, during the the economic development strategy, we will have a series of smaller meetings where members of council and the business community will come together to discuss this even further. And then you can hear from them directly as to what some of their concerns are and some of the positive things that we're doing as well.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess going back to Councillor Vane's comments, perhaps if you could be more specific in what this.
Councillor Vardy's asked him a question. I'll just let
him. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Vane has raised that one of his, or a business constituent has raised some concerns, and how do we plan to address them, but without knowing specifically what this business constituent has raised. I mean, I think it's kind of difficult to address that. So if he would like to provide some more detail, that might be helpful for any kind of productive discussion.
All right, Councillor Vane.
Yes, as I said earlier, the conversation was heated on the part of the business person. They were quite upset at the report itself. They'd read the report and read parts to me, which I already knew. They just wanted to know, they felt that the business community had lost all faith in us. Another point they raised was, why do we have a DIA, which seems to be promoting 5 or 6 businesses in the downtown when we have the Chamber of Commerce, which should be doing it all? Just things like that. They were just very upset. And just that they don't feel that they're being fairly represented, I guess is the best way of putting it. And that was their comments. So, and that was the other point I was going to raise, was about the DIA. They felt that the Chamber of Commerce was a better avenue to be representing the whole town. And they specifically mentioned the West End businesses. They didn't feel they were being properly represented. So it was a kind of just a generic upset conversation. They were upset. I was listening. That was it. I didn't really have any answers. I didn't know what to say. Like, you know, I'm not sure what we're going to do as a council. I know the report was very damning, in my opinion. So I just figured we should discuss it. That's all.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Being on the DIA, like you, Mayor Jordan, I think it's very untrue what Councillor Vane is alluding to, that the DIA does nothing. The DIA does a lot. And as a matter of fact, we would like to have more involvement from GDAC with the DIA. And I was very pleased to see Frank at the last meeting with Ashley. One of the few times we got a lot of feedback from the town. The town has been working in isolation in a lot of things and not included the DIA. The DIA wants to be included in these things. So it's an unfair statement. I don't know what business you're talking about, but I would like to talk to them myself personally, if you don't mind, so I can have a chat with them and maybe bring them on board. And I have no problem with that. But yes, the DIA is a creature of council. They do a damn good job, and they do it very well. It's for the downtown area, the retail businesses mostly. GDAC is supposed to be dealing more with economic development. So let's get that straight. I will say no more. Thank you very much.
All right, seeing no further questions, need a mover and seconder for CAO Report 2120. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that report CAO 2120 Grimsby Business Retention and Expansion Report and Action Plan dated November 15th, 2021 be received for information. All in favor? That's carried. Now we move to report TC 2110, 2022 Council and Committee meeting schedule. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. It's great to have a schedule, but I guess what I'm wondering about is I'm not seeing anything there about planning. None of the potential planning open houses. And considering planning is such a big part of the town's business and the residents' concerns, I'm wondering how we can perhaps reflect at least what we know in the on the calendar. Don't know who'd like to address that. If
Sarah will
Antonetta or
address that. So, Clerk.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor, unless Antonetta wants to clarify, it is difficult to establish the planning public meeting a year ahead. It happens based on applications and when it's planned. So typically we try to use that tentative committee of the whole meeting and workshops for planning public meetings, which happens on the second Mondays of each month.
Is it possible just to make some kind of notation, or if we do know about open houses or public consultations that we know of already that are coming up, maybe they could be reflected on the calendar, and maybe the calendar could be a green document so it's being kept current.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll work with Antonetta to update the schedule for any of planning public meetings that we're aware of.
All right, seeing no further questions or comments, need a mover and seconder for report TC 2110. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that report TC 21-10, 2022 Council and Committee meeting schedule dated November 15th, 2021 be received, and that the 2022 Council and Committee meeting schedule as attached in Appendix A be approved. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we're moving to item 10.1 for our first of our delegations, Catherine Sino on report PA 21-44. Catherine, good evening.
Good evening. Would you prefer it if I just repeat what I've written, or is it just open words at this point?
You're just ready to speak however you feel. You have 10 minutes. You don't need to use the whole 10 minutes, but you can just present however you feel.
Okay, great. So my husband and I are, we live directly across the street, and I believe when this was initially brought to council and received approval, I think we may have been traveling, something we don't seem to be doing much these days. So our view, which is quite the $1 million view, I must say, facing the lake, looks like it's going to be quite interrupted by the building of this 6-story. Is this correct? So at this time, we're just concerned about a couple of key points, that being the loss that we have. I'm not sure if this building is confirmed, ready to go, or what we're talking about today is allowing possibly some changes to what they're suggesting. So that would be one of my questions. Is this confirmed, or is this going to be up for potential changes? We do have a concern that is regarding our safety, and that is exiting our driveway, which directly links in front of one of the 2 driveways out of this particular lot, has increased congestion. We've seen with the restaurant, the retail side of things, along with the marina and all of the traffic there. So we're a little worried about this increase in traffic and how that's going to work for us as we try to exit our driveway. And of course, we're coming out backwards, and people are always in a hurry, so they don't bother to wait, which means it makes, it's a big concern for us just being safe trying to exit. There's 4 of us here at the house. So the other thing would be the light pollution is really one of the areas we're kind of concerned about. We've had a beautiful dark sky up till now, and that light pollution just is something we're worried may be so increased with if it is a 6-story building and all of the additional units that are going to be there. I guess at this time, that's kind of the key thing, the illegal parking that does take place, meaning the use of the bowling alley, and also next door to us, if you're familiar with the house that has yet to be restored, shall we say, and the units that will be going in, that area has been used extensively by both marina and restaurant patrons. We were told that that was not meant to be used for any commercial parking. So that would be something else we would like to be considered. That's it.
Great,
Does anyone have any
Catherine.
questions for me?
Your comments will be noted, and there will be more discussion when report PA 2144 actually comes on. This will be the first time that this council has actually seen it. It was looked at by the previous council in 2015.
15 or 16, yes.
Yes. All right, so
So this is the first one, pardon me, yeah.
All All right, so your comments will be noted in
Excellent.
that report. All right, thank you very much for your
Thank you.
delegation. All right, now we'll move to, we need a mover and seconder to receive Catherine's delegation. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bain. All right, so
this is the first one, pardon me.
moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bain, resolved that the delegation from Catherine Sino regarding PA 21-44 be received. All in favor? That's carried. Now we're moving to our second delegation. Are we doing this one first? Yeah, okay. All right, Ed Sejeki, Dylan Dewsbury, and John Mattis, Sejeki Planning, Report PA 21-44. Welcome, gentlemen.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm Ed Sejeki. I'm the co-founder and partner with Sejeki Planning. And I have with me with me Leo Pelosi, who is our Director of Development Planning, and Dylan Dewsbury, who is our senior planner on this file that we're dealing with. And also, as mentioned, is John Mattas, who is with Mattas Management Services. Now, we do have a brief presentation to make to you, Mr. Mayor, and members of the committee. But we're also here just to answer any questions. I want to say right off the top, thank you to your staff for the report. We certainly are in agreement with the report and are prepared to go just to questions if you so wish. But if you would like a presentation, Mr. Dewsbury is prepared to make one. So we're in your hands on that.
Yes, we'd be happy to see the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, then what we'll do is just turn it over to Dylan to just take you through the presentation, and then we'll respond to any questions you might have. Dylan?
Thanks, Ed. Good evening. Oh, sorry. It's okay that I share my screen. Is that okay for the PowerPoint?
Yes, absolutely.
Great. Okay, so how do I? So good evening, members of committee. My name is Dylan Dewsbury. I'm a senior planner at Sejeki Planning, and I'm just going to take you through a bit of the background and history of the proposal, as well as the current proposal. So location-wise, it's in Forens Marina. Just to the north is Lake Ontario. To the west is 40 Mile Creek. It's obviously it's a beautiful property in a great location. And there's existing townhouses within the marina as well. So the subject property itself is mostly taken up currently by vehicle parking and boat storage. So it's quite underused for its location, which is obviously a beautiful location with views out to the water and next to 40 Mile Creek. So other uses nearby include JJ's on the Docks restaurant with some residential there as well, and the existing townhouses on the east side of the marina. In terms of the planning context, so this area is designated marine commercial, which permits marinas, restaurants, and medium density residents. The proposal was for 6 stories, and originally it actually included 27 units, but through the previous process back in 2015, it was reduced to 25 units. And also as part of that process, some parkland dedication was carved out, and that's shown in the image on the right here, which includes access to 40 Mile Creek as well as to the lakefront. So since then, the draft plan of condominium has been approved, and it was subject to a long list of conditions. And there was a variety of reports that were prepared at that time, which dealt with the servicing, grading, traffic flow, all the necessary reports that you'd need to get that approval. So now the property is currently divided into 3 different units, one being the existing building, 2 being this lot at the end, and then 3 being along the side with the townhouses. So the zoning bylaw amendment was approved in principle by council, subject to the submission of site plan application that incorporated the recommended revisions. So those revisions were made. It included, as I mentioned, the parkland dedication, a reduction in the units, and some conversations with the NPCA, the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, to bring it up to their requirements. So the site plan applications were submitted and deemed complete this year on September 15th, which is the reason that we're back before council now, because originally it was approved in principle subject to the site plan applications being submitted. So they've now been submitted, and here we are back at council. So the proposed development is essentially 2 sections, one being the townhouses along the side, and then the 6-story condominium building at the point. And then you can also see the parkland dedication. This is just a conceptual map, so it's not exactly how it will turn out, but as you can see, the public access will be given to the lakefront. And I believe there's plans from the town to include some trails and perhaps a bridge across 40 Mile Creek. So it increases public access to the property and ensures that the lakefront can be enjoyed by everyone. So this is the currently proposed development. It's almost identical to the previous application. It's only been refined due to the site plan process and the various reports that have been completed. So these are the 4, there's 2 blocks of townhouses, and there'll be 4 in each. All the parking requirements for all the townhouses are provided within each unit. And there'll be 3 stories. The condominium building at the point will be, as I said, 6 stories. And once again, all the parking is provided in the underground, in 2 levels of underground parking, and then some surface parking as well. And it's been designed so that public access can be achieved along the lakefront and along 40 Mile Creek. So the proposed development, as detailed in the staff report, implements the direction and policies of the official plan. So these building forms are considered in the marine commercial designation. So this is implementing the official plan policy. It's also aligns with the relevant strategic priorities approved by council for 2018 to 2022, and includes dedicated parkland along 40 Mile Creek and increased public access to the lakefront. So overall, we believe that it's a big improvement to a currently underutilized lot with an attractive, efficient use, and also some added tax revenue. So we believe overall that it's a very high quality building and built form that will be a big improvement to the property as it currently stands, which is just for essentially boat and vehicle parking. And we'll continue to work with the town throughout the site plan process to address all issues. As you're aware, it's a very thorough process, site plan approval. So through that process, we're addressing the traffic, servicing, geotechnical. It's a comprehensive review. Oh, and I should have mentioned, it also includes a photometric light assessment as well. So the 6-story building it's over 100 meters from the existing townhouses, and part of that requirement for submission was the photometric light analysis. So that will be looked over by the town and make sure that it doesn't create a nuisance to anyone. So we've also got just a fly through as well to give you a better idea of the proposed development that we thought would be a nice way to end. So it's a little under a minute. I'll just let it play. Can everyone see this okay? So this is, this was prepared ahead of the site plan application. So this will be subject to design and refinement as we work through the site plan process. But it just gives an idea of the quality that we're looking at. So as Ed mentioned, we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Since we have another delegation after this, and then we have the planning report, we'll reserve all questions to after the planning report. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. Thank you for your presentation. We just need a mover and seconder to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Sharp.
Oh, the mayor's on.
Moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that delegation from Ed Sajecki, Dylan Dewsbury, and John Matas regarding report PA 21-44 be received. All in favor? That's carried. And now we move to our third delegation, Donato Colangelo, on the same report. Good evening, Donato.
Mr. Colangelo, I believe you might be on mute. Unless...
Again.
There we go.
Closer.
Now-
Sorry. Yeah, it went. I had it right the first time, and then it went off. Well, good evening, Your Worship. I want to reiterate on my letter saying that as a business owner and developer and a resident of Grimsby, I think that this development is appropriate as a commercial and residential development. It has been functioning for the last 8 to 10 years. I know that every development is always a little bit glitch here and there, but I think that I've proven myself to be a good developer in Grimsby, not only for myself, but also for the town of Grimsby. I mean, there's lots of beneficial for the town of Grimsby with that respect. But also as a resident, I'm waiting to be there once I have number 8 Lake Street completed. My goal is to be occupying that house. So I want to be a Grimsby resident. And as a resident, I've looked at the topography. I looked at the development being at the point, but because through the shots we have taken in the past. So, I mean, the view is not blocked by no means. I know now it's nice and clear because the site has been cleared. But if the vegetation, it gets out of hand and trees and that, nobody has a view. So the basic is that the way the building is situated, there's a clear shot through on the western portion of it because there's parking going to be allocated in that section. And the channel itself provides a view to the lakefront once maybe part of my other property near Lake Court is cleared of some of those dead trees. And then it will enhance the view for all the residents, including myself. Even if I occupy 8 or 12 Lake Street, which I own, will have a good view. So having said all that, the services are there. I met all the conditions of the town of Grimsby, MPCA in the region. Actually, the region wanted me to intensify the development, even have more units, but according to the official, zoning planning and that, it was scaled down to only 25, which is fine. But having said all this, I think it's a good development and it's good for myself as a developer and a business, also as a resident in the immediate area, and good for the town of Grimsby. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Donato. Now we need a mover and seconder from council to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Vane. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that the delegation from Donato Colangelo be received. All in favor? That's carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Donato. Have a good evening. Now we move to report
Thank you,
10.2.
Worship.
Report PA 2144, proposed zoning bylaw amendment. Walter, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I believe there's a brief presentation that I have. Peter, if you could get it started. Dylan Dewsbury did an excellent job with his presentation. I'll try to be as brief as possible. A lot of my presentation is that's not it, unfortunately. Thank you. Again, this is a brief presentation of the report that was circulated. Essentially, it's intended to provide council with background because it's been a significant period of time since the application was previously considered by the previous council. We went the extra step also to notify the immediate area, in more specifically all property owners and within 120 meters of the subject property, just in case there are any new residents in the area, just to let them know what is happening and what has transpired in the past. Next slide, please. Again, the property everybody's familiar with, that's located at 15 Lake Street. It's primarily occupied by a marina operation, which includes boat docking facilities and boat storage. Next slide, please. This application was actually in 2016. I'll start there. Council approved a resolution essentially to approve a draft plan of condominium, which was registered in December of 2020, and also conditionally approved a zoning amendment for the subject site, subject to the submission of site plan application that incorporates some revisions that were discussed at the time. And I'll briefly go over those as we go through the presentation. Next slide, please. This is the plan that was submitted with the application following the extensive review. So the application was originally considered in 2015 by council. There were some issues that needed to be resolved, including the dedication of parkland and setback requirements that were imposed by the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority from the water's edge to the proposed building. So this is a plan that incorporates the changes that were discussed that's identified in the resolution. Next slide, please. This is the site plan that was submitted by the applicants. So since 2016, that resolution stood, awaiting a site plan application. Right? Site plan application finally was submitted this year and deemed complete, like Mr. Dewsbury mentioned. This is an illustration of the site plan. The hatched area to the top of the page and to the right side of the page, as you see, illustrates the parkland dedication. And in the middle is the proposed 25-unit, 6-story building. The first floor is parking, and there's another level of parking underneath. So actually, there are only 5 levels of residential within the proposed building. Next slide, please. This is an illustration of the perspectives of the proposed building. Again, Mr. Dewsbury's presentation gave you a better idea of what the site will look like and what the proposed building would look like should it be constructed. Next slide, please. Again, this is the same for the proposed 8 units of townhouses. along the west side of the site, abutting the Robinson Street unopened road allowance. To the bottom of this plan would be where the boat docking facilities are, and in front of the units, just underneath the plan, is where the common area would be, which would provide driveway and pedestrian access, vehicular and pedestrian access to the townhouses, to the marina facility, as well as the apartment building. Next slide, please. Again, this is an illustration of the proposed 3-story townhouses. Next slide. The significant analysis was done at the time with regard to the proposal's conformity with various policy documents, including the provincial policy statement, places to grow, which it was deemed to conform to. Next slide. As well as the regional official plan, which our partners at the region provided us with in-depth analysis as to the plan's conformity with the regional official plan and provincial policy. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates, again, where the proposed or where the subject lands are. They're within the marine commercial designation. There are also a couple of overlay designations, environmental conservation area and hazard land area, which the region and the Conservation Authority provided extensive analysis of and determined that the proposal was consistent with the requirements of those policies. Next slide. So in summary, planning staff recommend that the report obviously be received. Also, that the draft bylaw that's attached to the report as Appendix A, which would provide regulations for the site that would implement the proposed development, be passed by council. And I'll be happy to answer any questions anybody has regarding the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Walter. And we do have some questions. Councillor Vane, it looks like you're up first.
Thank you, Mayor. Walter, a couple of things that have bothered me here. I happen to know Kat and Carlo and Marshall, and I do have concerns with what they're saying. They're already concerned about the parking and the lighting and that. It's not to say I don't like the project. I'm just saying that I'm just wondering if there's anything we can do to address those concerns. They've been through quite a bit, and so I have to kind of stand up for them a bit. Now, also having said that, I have a question for you, Walter. I keep hearing, and maybe I'm not hearing it right, but I keep hearing over and over again, this was approved by the previous council. Is that correct? Like, are you just giving this to us as information? Like, do we have any say in this, or can we ask for changes? Like, I would like to know how much parking there is. Like, as Kat said in her presentation, the parking down there is atrocious. I'd really like to see more parking made available to service not only the restaurant, but also the marina itself. We've had, people do some pretty crazy things down there. Like, for example, when one person parked their trailer and their truck across 5 parking spaces because there wasn't enough spaces for parking trailers. So I'm just wondering about things like that. But I guess my first question is this already approved? Is that what I keep hearing? Is that it's been approved by the previous council? That's my first question. To you, Walter.
Yes,
Walter?
Councillor Vane, through you, Mayor Jordan. The previous council's resolution was to approve the draft plan of condominium. They had met all the draft plan conditions and therefore were enabled to register the condominium. So the first application was completed. The conditions for the first application and the resolution for the approval of the first application was completed. The second application, which is the zoning amendment, again, council approved it at the time in 2016, but subject to a condition, just like the draft plan approval. So the condition was that the applicants submit a site plan application. So the site plan application didn't happen until recently. So therefore, that satisfied that condition of approval in order to bring a bylaw forward to council. So the one only condition of council approval at the time was that a site plan application be made prior to council considering the zoning bylaw for the site, which is what they've done. And we've provided the bylaw to council now because they met the condition and as instructed by council. With regard to your other concerns, yes, we received the comments from the neighbors. The issues that have been raised, like lighting and traffic and things, these issues will be addressed through site plan process. The application for site plan approval will be in addition to the bylaw passage itself. This council will have an opportunity to review the details of the site plan, as Mr. Dewsbury has indicated, which are quite extensive and involve many agencies and involve significant amount of detail for the proposed development. So this council will have an opportunity, number one, to pass the bylaw, should it choose to do so, and secondly, approve the site plans, should it choose to do so, which includes the apartment building as well as the townhouses. So 2 separate applications. I hope that answers your questions.
Thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Jordan. I just have a question to Walter or potentially the consultant. So 25 units in a 6-story building. How big is the building and how big are the units?
Maybe Mr. Dewsbury can answer that question.
Yes, I'm just looking at the plans just quickly. It's not something I know off the top of my head.
I'll just give the rough answer. The unit sizes range from 1,600 square feet to 2,300 square feet. There are 5 units per floor on 5 floors.
Okay, so that's a lot.
Roughly.
It's nice to see livable sized units. I mean, often we'll see a 5 or 6 story building with 100 plus units in it. And in this case, we're seeing a 5-story building with 25 units, roughly 5 per floor. Some of them are 1,600 square feet. Some of them are 2,300 square feet. Those are, I mean, I imagine they're going to be expensive, but they're going to be really nice. And I think similar to the townhouses that were built on the east side of the marina, I think those look like a nice development. I think they fit the area, and I think it's improved that marina. And I think adding townhouses on the other side where the boat storage is will complete that. And it's a little bit, like I said, it's refreshing to see that they're not, 100 one-bedroom units being put in there. And we're seeing 25, 2,300 square feet. That's like a 4-bedroom. And it'll have a dining room and stuff like that. That's something that the people who live there can really enjoy. And that's a little bit refreshing. So my next question would be to parking. I see the townhouses on the north side have 4 parking spaces each, including the garage. And the townhouses on the south side have 3 parking spaces each, including the garage. How many parking spaces are there in the 6-story building?
I can answer that one. So the parking required is at a rate of 1.25 spaces per unit and then 0.25 visitor spaces. So that totals to 38 spaces required. Currently, we're proposing 52 spaces. So it's above the rate that is required by the zoning bylaw. And that's the aim is to provide 2 spaces per unit.
Yeah, so 2 spaces per unit. It's another thing. I think maybe some of those people might have more than 2 vehicles, but I think they'll have at least 2 vehicles if you're buying a 23 or 100 square foot on the lake. Do we have is there any overflow? Is there anywhere else to park nearby if those people have a 3rd vehicle or a motorcycle?
There is some excess area in the Unit 1 land, as well as on Unit 3. There is some spare spaces that are a bit of a buffer as well. I believe there's 6 extra spaces there that haven't been assigned yet.
Okay. So I understand the concerns of the residents. I don't want to sound like I'm not hearing them, but I think it could be a lot worse. And so I think that the developer, I commend them for building something that really suits the area and completes the marina. I understand that they're going to lose some view. I think there still will be view between the channel and the roadway and above the townhouses. So thank you for the presentation, and I appreciate it. Thanks.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Thank you for the presentation to all of you, without calling each of you out by name. It looks like a very nice development. I certainly do like, I'm really refreshing to see the townhouses going there. That whole area right now is a bit of a mess. So those townhouses fit in there nicely. I just have a couple of concerns, and the big one is traffic. You've got this one road, and the same road in, the same road out, and you've got all of the busyness of the restaurant and so on and so forth, and the busyness of people with their boats and so on and so forth at the front end there. So there's going to be upward of probably 150 cars on the busiest time of the year, probably during the summertime, going in and out of that one road. That would be my biggest concern, and I don't know, I guess there's just no space there to make, one way in, one way out type of thing, or try and find some other way around, more efficient traffic flow there. But that's a big concern for me, for sure. I'm really pleased to see that you've allowed 2 spaces per condominium. That's one of the first I've seen in Grimsby. Thank you for that. And you've also allowed another, I think, 25 spaces for visitors in that condominium building as well. Is that correct? If I'm reading it right? So it's 52 spaces for the residents plus another. Is it 25? I'm trying to. My eyes are going on me here. How many spaces are there for visitors on top of that? I guess this is for Dylan.
So there's 52 spaces total. So that would include visitor spaces as well. That's the total number.
So these are 1,600 square foot spaces, these units, plus up to 2,400. So you're going to get, more than one person living in one of those buildings. I mean, they're probably like family-sized condominiums. So having only, one, if you're saying 1.25 plus visitor, I have a problem with that, because you're going to have at least 2 people with cars living in those condominiums. Then you're going to have visitors. Then you're going to have service vehicles, and you're going to have all the other things that go along with that. And we've seen enough of the 1.25 parking spaces in this town, and I would really encourage you to find a way to increase this number of parking spaces for the folks who live down there. Because 2 or 1.25 parking spaces for a 1,600 square foot to a 2,400 square foot condominium is too little, without a question. If it was like one of those 500 square foot condominiums, it's probably a 1-person condominium. But what you're building is something nice and large, which is great. And I just would like to see you try and squeeze some more parking spaces out of that area. Other than that, the one thing I did hear, I think it was Dylan, you mentioned a bridge across 40 Creek going into the park on the other side of the creek there in Coronation. I think it's Coronation Park, Centennial Park, sorry, or Memorial Park. I can't remember where the Elizabeth Pump House is. So I didn't see that in your artist conception. Is that something that's going to happen, or is it just something I wish?
I think this question might be better answered by Walter. I think that it's in the town's planning.
Okay, Walter, it's up to you.
Thank you, Dylan.
It's a great idea.
It is a great idea. And as you recall, there was an existing bridge that was made out of wood that is sort of in a state of disrepair and is being replaced by our Parks Department with a brand new bridge.
Is the cost?
It is under, it will be done. It's in the plans.
Is the cost of building that bridge coming out of the development charges? How does that work?
I can't answer that. Yeah, I'm sorry, through you, Mayor, I can't answer that question. That question would be better answered by Sarah.
Okay, I'd really like to get an answer to that question, if you don't mind taking that away. And maybe you can ask Sarah to get back to me directly if she wants, or bring it back to council, whichever, it doesn't matter. But anyways,
Thank you.
I'll go back to Ed and Dylan and Tom and Donato, and please, I beg you to go back and find more parking spaces for those, especially for the condos. You've been very generous with for the townhomes, you know, three parking plus garages, 4 parking plus garages, and then you've skimped a lot on the condominiums, on the condominium building. So I'm going to challenge you to that one. Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, the Metas Management Services are on the line. They might be able to speak further to the parking, because I know, like, through the site plan application, we are trying to maximize the parking for the condominium building. It's not part of the bylaw because it does meet the minimum with I think a 12 space buffer. But we are trying to maximize those numbers as much as possible.
Then maybe it needs to be 5 stories, not 6. Something for you to think about. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I have a bunch of questions, so I hope you'll beg my tolerance here with me. I like the look of the development. I think it's very impressive looking, and I think it will be a great asset. I just have I'm going back to the 2015 reports and some other questions with respect to the staff report and the recommendations with respect to the zoning bylaw. And I know there are 2 things: the zoning bylaw we're looking at tonight, and then the site plan, which will be forthcoming, which will have additional opportunity for us to comment. Maybe the applicant can help me understand the agreement with Mariner Water Corp, where in 2011, the Committee of Adjustment conveyed a 99-year lease to the condominiums on the other side for boat slips to the benefit of those condominiums. And that 7,922 square meters of land and water area is to be retained for continued use of parking and boat slips. And then it further says that this Mr. Alan Hayward, the surveyor, said that under a future application, those existing boat slips will be leased back to the marina. So could you just confirm whether or not there is some agreement with this Marine Water Corp? And I think I spoke to one of the residents from the existing condominiums on the other side that there's some condo corp arrangement where they have to pay 2/3, 1/3 of the fee, 2/3 of the fee split. And how many slips is your side of the development going to be retaining? That's the first question.
This question may be best answered by someone from the Metas group, if they're on the line.
Yeah, good evening. My name is John Metas. The boat slips that are within vacant land condominium 322 is 128 slips. And to answer the question about traffic, of the 33 units that we're building in that vacant land condominium 322, the people who own the condos and the townhouses have the first right of refusal to park their boats there. So in terms of traffic, less traffic congestion, you're going to find that the majority of the boats that will be parked there will be for the people living in the marina in the new structure. And that's going to reduce the parking and all the traffic congestion.
So how many slips are actually going to be part of this condominium development?
There's 128.
Isn't that total?
There's 128 total. 33 are going to be used by the condo building and townhouses in that proposed buildings.
So 33 are going to be not, because in the original report, it said there was going to be 56 boat slips. Is that not going to be assigned to your condominium corporation?
Only 33. 33, one boat slip per unit. I think.
but the marina itself will have as well an additional amount of availability. Is that not correct?
Correct.
Totaling 56?
Well, I can't answer that because there's 122 boat slips and we are going to be using 33 of those for our new development.
Okay, so I guess what I'm getting to is that the original report indicated that the current zoning bylaw does, within the town of Grimsby, does not have a parking ratio for marina use. So in that zoning bylaw, staff actually recommended that the zoning bylaw incorporate a 0.6 unit per berth for each slip. And at that point, it was estimated at, as per the report, and the vacant land condominium that was approved, that number of slips at that time was estimated to be 56 boat slips, and that the uses for that and the launch facility from the marina, plus the commercial force place in unit 1, and now with the 4 residential units, it should be supported by 60 parking spaces, and that the zoning bylaw should incorporate language that says 0.6 parking spaces per, says to include, I'm going to read exactly what it says, that staff recommends the inclusion of a site-specific regulation of 0.6 parking spaces per boat slip. Even after all that recommendation in the report, that was what was recommended. So I feel strongly that there has to be some dedicated parking spots with respect to the marina and the boat slips and the parking for those, considering the parking pressures that are ongoing and considering that this development is looking at removing parking on the east side, I believe, of the roundabout, the slips, to provide additional boat storage, which will be lost on the west side of the property with the townhouse development. So I'm suspecting that depending on the growth of the demand on the marina, which we know everybody wants to use the lakefront, is still going to be high pressure, and that we do need to ensure that the parking, especially for the marina use, is protected within the zoning bylaw. So I'm hesitant that it's missing from that. Then I look at the setback from the waterfront, the parkland dedication, and it's actually, I guess, hazard overland, which is being dedicated back to the town, which you can't build on anyway. The MPCA recommend, and I think it says there's a 9-meter setback, and maybe Walter can confirm for me the 9-meter, it's in the RM3, it says a minimum lot frontage of 9 meters shall be required. If you could just confirm if that is actually the parkland dedication area or not. With respect to the shoreline protection along that area, I'm hearing from the residents, the shoreline protection on the other side of the marina and at the lake is very, very poor, and it's old material, and it has not, the revetment is not been done properly, and there's a lot of issues with wave uprush. I'm just concerned that, and Walter can maybe answer this, who is responsible for shoreline revetment with the new parkland dedication by the 6-story unit? And if it's dedicated to the town, is the town then going to be responsible for ensuring that the shoreline protection is done properly and maintained? I know I'm getting to beep beeps, but Reg's talked longer too, and I have a few more quick questions. And I'm having people answer. So can Walter please answer that one about the shoreline protection and the setback? You're on mute.
Thank you. The shoreline protection, the parkland dedication doesn't actually extend all the way to the north limit of the land that's there. The park dedication sort of occupies diagonally maybe 2/3 of the land north of the apartment building unit. So the shoreline revetment actually sits on federal land.
So who's responsible for shoreline?
I can't answer that question. It's federal land. The Conservation Authority is responsible for the review and approval of development adjacent to Lake Ontario shoreline. And they've expressed no concerns with regard to the status of the existing protection that's afforded the proposed development.
Okay, thank you. Two other quick couple other quick questions. The bonusing, the actual property is zoned for 3 stories, and they are getting 6. And the density that is permitted there is 21 units maximum, and they're getting 25. So in the report, it mentions that bonusing would be from a good planning perspective, but we have not we now have a whole new bonusing section 37 policy, and nowhere in this zoning bylaw does it address what we're getting in respect for the bonusing for the additional height and the density requirements for this site. So I'm missing that in the zoning bylaw. I think when we get to site plan, I'm going to have some serious concerns with respect to the lack of sidewalks, because it also talks about having a sidewalk and snow removal issues with respect to those townhouses. So within the zoning bylaw, I have a concern that we're not protecting the parking for the marina and the restaurant uses and commercial units, which are 21 spaces on their own. It said 14 plus 7 for a restaurant use, which wasn't there when it was originally built. And that we don't have address the bonusing, which our current official plan and policies require us to do. So not having anything in there saying that the bonusing is addressed bothers me as well. Thank you.
For you, Mayor, with respect to the bonusing, the official plan policies that were in place at the time the application was made are the ones that are in effect for this zoning amendment. So the new provisions for community benefits, section 37, don't apply to this particular application. We have to apply the policies that were in place at the time the application was made, which at the time talked about things like the consideration of community benefits can be considered once things like in-building or underground parking are provided. So that was the criteria by which the application met that requirement in our official plan, which was detailed quite extensively in the report that was submitted with the current report.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and thank you to all parties involved for the report and presentation. Just got a couple concerns. I see where the condominium building, the proposed 6 stories, what type of buffers are going to be going to support if the lake level, as it did in, I believe it was 2019, we had some almost unprecedented high water levels. So how is that? I'm trying to look at the picture here, but is there anything in place to protect or to support any high water lake levels, especially with the climate change that's been going on the last number of years? That's a concern I have, especially with I can see the townhouses that's supported very well with the marina and all that, and everything that's been put in place for that. But I'm just being out at the point there. Yeah, if somebody can answer that question. That's one of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Caldwell. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the Conservation Authority has a regulatory height or elevation above sea level that must be maintained at a minimum on the site. So again, the Conservation Authority is involved in the review of the application. So the grades that are the finished grades of that site, and again, what's there now isn't necessarily the elevation. That will be the final elevation of the finished grade on the site. That is something that they intensely look at through the review. It's one of the main things that they have to consider when they look at the site plans, what the grades are, the finished grades of the site are. I believe that answers the question. Yeah, the proposed grades will have to be higher than the regulatory level that's established by the Conservation Authority for Lake Ontario.
Thank you, Walter. Another question I was thinking about. has there been soil samples taken on that property already before they come up with a proposed development? Because again, to have I believe it's 2 stories of underground parking. When you're on a tip of property that is right has the lake and the channel of the marina right there. Is that site plan, Walter, because I don't know, when you propose something like this, do you have an idea what the soil will support?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Sir Codwell. Through you, Mayor, that is an important question that needs to be answered through the site plan application process. And that is definitely one of the details that needs to be addressed. But just for clarity purposes, please note, everybody, that it's not 2 levels of underground parking. It's 1 level of in-building, which is at grade or slightly above grade.
Okay, all right.
Level below.
Okay. Great.
That is something that definitely will need to be addressed through the site plan process and through the building permit process, because any building that's constructed has to be sitting on solid ground. Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, Walter. And I had concerns back in the day when the other development to the east was all those condos in there was put in there, because apparently I talked to the former people that ran Foreign's Marine, and that was just all fill. a lot of years ago, mind you. But anyways, yeah. And I too have concerns with parking too, and it's going to be a busy spot. Infrastructure, water and sewer, especially the sewer, because it'll be coming right out, obviously, the Lake Street, and we have the pumping station that's right very close by, which is a forced sewer main, which pumps sewer uphill, and then you've got, there must be, maybe Brandon can just clarify this for me. There must be another pipe that I'll call it the local sewage can tie into, because you cannot tie anything into a forced main sewer. Anyways, so it just that and that can be dealt with, in due time. I just would like to get an answer to that too, Walter. We don't have to take the meeting up for that, but I look forward to understanding and hearing more information about that. It's a nice development. It does enhance the area, that's for sure. My last point, when the townhouses are being built, I believe it's 8, is there going to be a backyard for those people? Because there's not a whole lot of room. The frontage is very nice. I like that. But is there, because it's built into a bit of a hill, I believe. So is there going to be backyards for any type of amenities back there for the residents that own those? And that's it.
Yeah. Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Yes, there is a backyard for each unit. There will be a retaining wall that's being proposed for the units that abut a higher portion of the Robinson Street road allowance. There is also proposed rooftop amenities for each unit.
Oh, okay.
In addition to the rear yards.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I too have serious concerns about parking and what the impact will be on other residents, because I think as it stands now, it's insufficient. I have a question. You're saying that the existing parking is going to be at grade. So does that mean that this 6-story building is actually 7? Is it the parking and 6 stories on top of it? Is my question to Walter, I guess.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor, there are 2 levels of in-building parking. One of the levels is below grade and one of the levels is at grade. So the 6 stories consists of 5 floors of residential and 1 floor of parking.
Okay. And I guess lastly, I would like to defer or offer the rest of my time to Councillor Bothwell. Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question. What's our bylaw regulations for parking?
As Mr. Dewsbury indicated, the minimum requirement for multi-residential units is 1.25 spaces per unit plus 0.25 spaces for visitors and 1.5 parking spaces per unit for townhouses. The proposed development for apartment building, I believe the minimum requirement for that based on that ratio would be 38. However, they are proposing 52 instead of 38. For the townhouse portion, there are some of the units have 4 spaces. Half of the units have 4 spaces each, and half of the units have 3 spaces each. Plus, there are 6 additional spaces to the north of the existing, or of the last unit, the last northerly unit that are on that particular wall.
Thank you, Walter. I guess where I was going, I just wanted to make a point that the developer has met the requirements from our bylaw. This gets brought up many times by councillors about insufficient parking. And every time that it happens, I once again say that if the councillors wish to change the bylaw, then they can change the bylaw. But to force somebody to do something that's already met the bylaw, I think it's a little bit irresponsible of us. We're the ones that set policy. They've met the requirements. They've come, they've done everything that the town bylaws asked them to do. And here we are telling them, and sure, it'd be great. It'd be great to ask for more parking. I'm not going to disagree, but to take a look and to, possibly prevent this from happening over parking when they've met the requirement, I think it's a little bit irresponsible. I'm not saying that anybody is doing that. I think maybe councilors are just trying to get the best bang for their buck. But I think if that was the case, that would be a little irresponsible on our behalf. Thank you.
Councillor Frake.
I wasn't going to address, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to address Councillor Ritchie's remarks, but I will. It's not irresponsible of council to be asking the developer to do a little
Point
more.
of order, Mayor Jordan.
I'm sorry, I'm not out of order.
I'm asking the mayor to address.
I'm just want to clarify something because I was the one that said it.
I never said you said one way or another.
You didn't have to. It was me that said it.
I asked for a point of order.
All right.
I'm clarifying something you pointed at me. Okay, so I'm just going to say it. I'm going to go back to the
Point of order, Mayor Jordan.
I was asking the developer to consider more spaces. Thank you very much. I'll leave it at that. Now, let me go on from there. I have it. I know I don't want to laugh all you want. Idiot.
All right, Councillor Frake, that's your first warning.
Anyways, so I just want to go back to
ask him
something
that he apologize or take back those comments.
I'll take back the comments. I'll never apologize to you.
Point of order, Mayor Jordan.
Point of order, Mayor Jordan. Councillor Ritchie is laughing at another councillor. That's inappropriate.
It's not. His actions are inappropriate.
So were yours. You pointed at me. Let me finish.
Okay, can you please stop the crosstalk? So that's a warning for you, Councillor Ritchie, as well. So,
Mayor Jordan, you never addressed my point of order. Never.
He withdrew the statement. So,
yeah, thank you. I just wanted to come back to something that's already been repeated a few times, and Walter didn't answer it because he wasn't able to, and that was to do with shoreline protection. You said you didn't know who would be responsible for shoreline protection. But in the beaches area, we all know that whoever has property that borderlines the beach is responsible for borderline protection. Is that not going to be the same thing? Will that not hold true here in this case as well? Because that's an important issue. And Councillor Cabell was right. As time goes on with climate change and all the other things, shoreline protection is going to be a big thing we should be zeroing in on and making sure we have things in place to make sure it doesn't deteriorate. So we need to address that. And I'm not sure if that's going to be the responsibility of the developer or of the town, but we do need to address it and we need to clarify it.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I did answer the question. I did say that the Conservation Authority had looked at it and they had zero concerns with regard to the suitability of not only the wall that's on the north side of the bulk of this area, but also the suitability of the groins that extend significantly into the lake that also provide a significant amount of protection from wave action to the site. The Most of the lands, including the grinds, they sit on federal land. So if any shoreline protection is done, whose responsibility, I was asked? The responsibility of the developer to protect their development. If the existing shoreline work is not adequate, then they would be responsible to make improvements to make sure that it's adequate. The Conservation Authority has said it's adequate. So it's not the developer's responsibility to make any changes to the shoreline protection that's there already.
Okay, I think you pretty much.
If shoreline work is to be done, it would need to be done with the permission of the federal government because it's on federal land.
So if down the road, there's some deterioration along the shoreline there, where's the first point of call to fix that? Is it the developer or is it the federal government?
When are we, I'm sorry. Ask the question, just a point of clarification.
Yeah, if there's a deterioration on the shoreline there, where's the first point of call? Is the developer the first one they could call to fix it, or it'll be just?
If it's, I can answer that directly. If it's the town's wish to protect the park that's between the development and the lake, then the town may want to ask permission from the federal government to make improvements. If it's the wish of the future condominium corporation, not the developer, because the developer has the site and sold the units, and the units will be owned by the individual property and unit owners as well as the condominium corporation collectively. It'll be the responsibility in that case of the condominium corporation to ask permission from the federal government and or the town of Grimsby, who owns land in between the lake and the development, for permission to make improvements to the shoreline works that are there.
That's a much better clarified answer. Thank you very much, Walter.
Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and thank you, Councillor Vardy, for the giving of your time.
Mayor Jordan.
I'm on my second round here, right? Anyway.
Yeah, you still have your second round.
But time can't be transferred.
That's fine. I'm on my second round, so I'm going to start the clock now after Councillor Ritchie has interrupted my time. So again, to go back to the parking, I think I would be okay with the zoning bylaw if table B, which is with respect to the marine commercial zoning area, which I'll just again have Mr. Basic confirm that there is no parking requirement in our zoning bylaw for marine commercial for boat slips. Is that correct?
That will be addressed.
Currently, our zoning bylaw does not provide for parking.
That's correct. That's correct.
That's all I need to know.
Part of the analysis we'll have to undertake is, and now that we have knowledge that 33 of the slips will be made available to the new residents, that will potentially decrease the demand of parking on the marina site itself for the marina. Because it'll be the residents who are already there that will be using the boat slips and not. So that we'll have to take that into consideration. So that we'll have to look at that in a little more detail between now and the next council meeting.
Yeah, well, the problem being that the zoning bylaw needs to provide for the parking ratio in it. It can't be done as planned. So if we don't provide for it now, it's a done deal. And if there is uptake of, I'm not finished. If there isn't uptake on the 33 slips, then the potential that the 5 to 12 slips that are available for the marina may also be increased, and some of those 33 will then be available for marina use. So I'm not sure how that's going to equate, but in any event, we have 56 slips apparently in the report, of which a number of them may or may not be linked to the condominium corporation. In any event, the potential is that they're going to have a trailer or a boat or somebody else driving it or however it's going to get there, and they're going to need to have a parking spot. So I'm just suggesting, in my mind, I would like to see the MC Table B zoning bylaw amended to show two things: that the commercial use in the building, which for the square footage of Unit 1 is required 14 spaces, and 7 for the restaurant, which at the time that the building was constructed, a restaurant wasn't in it, and it's saying that 7 would be required for the restaurant. So 21 for the commercial building, and with the 4 units of residential above, Technically, it's in that report, it's saying that we should have a minimum of 21 spaces for that regardless. So I'd like to see some protection made for the commercial building parking in the zoning bylaw and for the 0.6 units per slip in the zoning bylaw, because we do not have it covered in our zoning bylaw. If we don't put it in the zoning bylaw amendment, we have no control over the parking for unit 1. So is there a way that we can put in language into the zoning bylaw amendment to say 0.6 units per berth, which is for the 33 or 34 spaces? And well, actually it says, and 5 to 12 spaces for the launch facility. So I'd like to see 0.6 spaces per berth for the 56 boat slips that are in the actual report, and a minimum of 21 spaces for the commercial uses within the building in unit 1. Is that possible to put that in the zoning bylaw amendment?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Bothwell. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe I didn't make myself clear, but I did say that will be addressed in the bylaw when it comes forward to council.
But is okay. So what you're meaning is not at site plan. You're saying that between today,
It'll be in the bylaw. Yes.
and when the bylaw comes forward.
Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. So it will be in the bylaw.
So I'm not going to support the bylaw tonight to go to council because it's not the way I want to see it worded. Okay, so I can defer it so that you can have the opportunity to amend the bylaw so that what does come to council does have that in it. If I can get a seconder, I would say let's defer the zoning bylaw amendment so that planning staff can incorporate the recommended changes to be presented to council. Can I get a seconder on that?
I believe Councillor Vardy is seconding it.
Thank you.
So we have a deferral on the floor.
Point of inquiry, can I ask a question of the clerk? Are we allowed to make a deferral resolution after we've spoken to the issue?
Sarah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it actually, so you have to ask for the motion to defer prior to your discussion.
Thank you.
Councillor Vardy, you still have the ability to speak.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question, and it's going back to shoreline protection because I know how costly that is. And given that the parkland dedication that we've got from this development is basically what we've been given for parkland is all around the shore, that means ultimately that will put the responsibility for protection, should it be required, on us. So can we have it written into the, if we're going to keep this parkland, this dedicated parkland, that they would also be responsible for any shoreline protection that might be required in future. Otherwise, if you can't, then I think we should be look at some other community benefit, because this could end up costing us a considerable amount of money, costing the town and residents a lot of money. Walter, your response.
Sorry, was that a question or a statement? I'm not sure.
Well, I think you can interpret it
as a question,
as a request
okay.
and a question. So,
right.
I mean,
yeah.
ultimately, I mean, we've been given parkland around around the lake. So
yes.
I want it, can we write it into, if we accept that dedicated parkland as the community benefit, that the developer will also be responsible for the shoreline protection? If not, then I don't think we should accept that. We should look for another community benefit, because the potential cost to the residents of Grimsby is quite significant. I mean, it could be over $1 million. I mean, it's very, very costly. And do we want, I don't think we want to take on that liability, should it be required in the future, because we took a small piece of parkland as a community benefit.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, the application was considered in that respect by our Parks Department, and for that matter, all other members of our Public Works Department. Everybody agreed that taking land along the waterfront is important. It's one of the objectives, strategic objectives of this council, to take parkland along the waterfront. You have to consider that the Conservation Authority has indicated that the protection that has been installed in the past with the two significant growing, I'm sure you're familiar.
Was that going back to 2015? Is that like what's been done 6 years ago? Are we like?
No, this is current.
Relying on
the site
that,
plan
or are we
review.
relying on current information?
Current information. This is current analysis by the Conservation Authority based on the site plan that was submitted. They indicated that the protection that is provided by the existing groins and the sheet pilings that are along the north side of the land structure are adequate. And what you have to consider is that if every property along the shoreline at some point, no shoreline protection is permanent, obviously. So you do have a valid point. At some point in the future, unknown to us when that would be, there may need to be a need to make improvements to shoreline, just
So-
the other waterfront properties.
So can I make a request then?
to put that sorry, I was almost done. Yes, go on.
So if I could make a request then, because, my next concern is when they start digging and pounding around, it's the development is very close to the shore. If that should degrade the existing shoreline protection, then bringing it up to where it was prior to construction should be the responsibility of the developer. So I'd like to see that addressed.
Yes, absolutely. That's something that we can incorporate into any site plan agreement that we enter into with the developer.
All right. Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Your Worship. We're talking about the shoreline and shoreline protection. Is there an issue there right now with the erosion along that section of the shore? I know there's many sections of the shoreline that does get eroded, and I can think of the old Fifth Wheel property had a lot of erosion, but it was because it was elevated. There's other sections of the shoreline that I don't see any erosion. So is it really a major issue? We're going to get this parkland. There's going to have. It was discussed at the previous council that the Robinson Street access could become a walkway from Lake Street up north to that parkland dedication, and then the bridge going across to the pump house. It would really make for a nice small trail, more trails, more walking. We want to be a walkable community, and so I don't know, are we barking up the wrong tree? I guess I'm trying to say is there really an issue with erosion along that section? Can you tell me, Walter, is there really an issue with any erosion there as it stands right now? Do we know?
As I mentioned previously, again, I'm not a shoreline engineer.
No.
Based on my own analysis, all I can tell you is that the experts in the field that are responsible for approving development along the shoreline have said that the existing shoreline protection is adequate. Again, the dedication of parkland, that as we've identified on the plans, all staff see that as a very exciting proposition for the town, which provide residents of Grimsby, again, another place to access the lake where they didn't have the opportunity to access the link previously.
Thank you. Just one other, can I call the question? Can I call the question? We've all had a round or two. Call the question.
Before I read the resolution, we need to mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Bain, seconded by Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Bain, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that report PA 2144 proposed zoning bylaw amendment file 26 ed 16 1411 applications Jackie Planning Incorporated 15 Lake Street dated November 15, 2021 be received, and the zoning bylaw amendment and that the draft bylaw attached to this report as Appendix A be submitted to council for approval.
Recorded vote, please. Mayor?
Yeah, recorded vote has been asked for by Councillor Bothwell.
Councillor Bothwell?
No.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
No.
Councillor Catwell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Councillor Vardy?
No.
Mayor Jordan?
I can't support this with the with what's in there right now. I would want more added to that bylaw, so I'm going to have to say no.
Okay, that's carried.
All right, moving on to correspondence. Need a mover and seconder to receive the correspondence. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor have a mover. Moved by Councillor Bothwell.
I'll second, but I'd like to lift the Town of Lincoln Resolution, Year of the Garden, please, Mayor.
Yep, that will be noted. So we have the MPCA moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolve the following correspondent item be received. MPCA October 15th, 2021 board highlights. All in favor? That's carried. And Councillor Boswell, did you want to discuss that correspondence?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just wanted to say that I'm great to see Lincoln being a leader in proclaiming 2022 the Year of the Garden, and considering that Grimsby's our coat of arms or whatever also indicates that our statement is Floriat Grimsby in Media Horti, which means may Grimsby flourish in the middle of a garden. So if anybody, we should be endorsing, they're asking in their resolution for other municipalities to endorse it. And I would like to ask the clerk to endorse and proclaim as the 2022 to be the Year of the Garden. Which is what the Lincoln resolution asks, that all municipalities across Canada be invited to proclaim 2022 to be the Year of the Garden in their respective municipalities, and that a copy of this proclamation be provided to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and local municipalities. I'd like to endorse that, and I recognize that Grimsby has a proud relationship with the Garden Club as well, who does a phenomenal job in the town. And I think to recognize that, endorsing this is also recognizing the great volunteers that we have serving our community to make it such a beautiful garden community. Thank you.
I'll second that, especially given that 2022 is our centenary.
Thank you, Councillor Bothwell. The clerk has a comment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I did reach out to the Canadian Garden Council. They do have a presentation and a template for proclamation, which I did receive a little too late to include to this agenda, but that will be included in December 6th. So you will see the presentation and the supporting materials along with the proclamation, which we can do at the next council meeting, if that's all right.
Aw. Can we just endorse this one then today? Thank
Sure,
you.
we can endorse Town of Lincoln's resolution. Yeah.
Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the correspondence regarding the Town of Lincoln Resolution Year of the Garden be endorsed. All in favor? That's carried. All right, the next meeting of the Committee of the Whole is scheduled for December 6th, 2021 at 6 p.m. So this meeting is adjourned. We'll be back at 8:30 for the council meeting. Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to call the Town of Grimsby Council meeting of November 15th to order. Can everyone rise for playing of the national anthem? Niagara Region and Grimsby are situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Wendoronk, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The Regional Municipality of Niagara and the Town of Grimsby stands with all Indigenous peoples, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. Now we move to, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interests? Seeing none, need a mover and seconder for the approval of the agenda. Councillor Bothwell?
Can I just please, Mayor, I don't know if this is the right time. I'm going to withdraw my resolution on the Grimsby Beach Land Use Planning Study, considering staff's efforts to reschedule those meetings for December 21st and January 27th. So I believe that they're making efforts to work around a potential hybrid meeting as well in their report. So I'd like to withdraw my resolution, please.
All right, that's so noted. Would you like to be the mover as well? All right, and we just need a seconder. Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the agenda for the November 15th, 2021 council meeting be approved with the resolution regarding Grimsby Beach land use planning study open house be withdrawn. All in favor? And that's carried. All right, now we're moving to the adoption of the previous minutes. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole minutes of November 1st, the Council minutes of November 1st, and the Special Council minutes of November 1st be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Now we're moving to the consent agenda. And with the withdrawn of the other motion, there's just one on there right now. So we need a mover and seconder for that. Moved by Counselor Bothwell, second by Counselor Ritchie. Moved by Counselor Bothwell, second by Counselor Ritchie. Resolved that the council hereby approves the following items and that the various consent items be approved and the recommendation is contained therein. Report PA 21-46. Information report, Grimsby Beach Land Use Study Process and Draft Secondary Plan. All in favor? That is carried. All right, now we're moving to bylaws. Need a mover and seconder for first reading. Moved by Counselor Ritchie, second, Counselor Vane. Moved by Counselor Ritchie, second by Counselor Vane. Resolved that leave given to introduce bylaws 21-85 to 21-87 inclusive, and that same be read a first time. All in favor? That's carried. Need a mover and seconder for second and third reading. Moved by Counselor Vane, second by Counselor Cadwell. Moved by Counselor Vane, second by Counselor Cadwell. Resolved that leave given to introduce bylaws 21-85 to 21-87 inclusive read a first time, now be read a second and third time and finally passed, and that the mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same and rule council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? That's carried. Now we move to the announcements section. Up next, I just have one. I was happy to lay a wreath on Remembrance Day at the Remembrance Day ceremonies. Regional Councillor Furtick was there with me, as well as was Councillor Cadwell and Councillor Sharp. It's just one thing. The Lancaster went over before the ceremony, and the bad sound system. I hope we can get it fixed for 2022. It seemed to. I was there for the testing of it. It performed flawlessly in the testing, but during the ceremony, which was really a great ceremony, with it being the 100th year of the poppy. 100 years, poppies have represented Remembrance Day, and it was really really moving being there. Councillor Vardy.
I now that it's sort of getting dark so early, just want to remind everybody when they're out and about at night, walking, kids riding their bikes, to make sure that you've got reflective gear, because it's very hard to see people in the dark, and my big fear is you won't see them till you hit them. So just a gentle reminder to people out there that reflective gear is for your own safety. Even my dog has reflective gear. So thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just a couple things. Tuesday, November the 2nd, from 8 o'clock in the morning till 12, I attended the Niagara Economic Summit that was put on by the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce. It was a Zoom conference, unfortunately, but it was very very informative. They had panels with some Q&As after each panel, discussions and that. And at one of the midway through the meeting, there was about 142 people logged in to participate and listen to the summit. Great discussions, anyways. Yeah, so yeah, the other thing I just want to for the public and just wish Grimsby Secondary High School the best of luck. The football team, the Eagles, they're playing in the championship game this Thursday. They're playing against Governor Simcoe, but the game is being held at the Sir Winston Churchill High School in St. Catharines, which is a neutral field for both teams. So I've watched 2 or 3 of the games of GSS. The Eagles they're a good, strong team, well coached, and the kids are just representing the high school in Grimsby in the strongest way. It's I just want to wish them all the best of luck on Thursday. I'm planning to head to the game in St. Catharines, so that's it. Good luck, Eagles.
Seeing no further announcements, I just have one more. This Thursday also is on behalf of the DIA. I'd like to announce that it's Ladies' Night at the DIA. So stores are open late from 5 to 8 p.m. And at 8 p.m. there is a comedy, Women of Comedy, a comedy performance. So that will be after 8 p.m. and that's on Thursday night. So look forward to seeing everyone down there. Councillor Cadwell.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. I'm just wondering if maybe yourself or staff can give council and the viewing public any updates to the great event coming on the 27th to the 29th, the Rogers Hometown Hockey. Is there any information we can be passing on to the public, how things are moving, expectations to the event? Because I mean, this is a great event. This is a once in a lifetime event. And I had a great conversation Sunday morning with Kevin Biesca's mother, Ange. What a super gal she is, and everybody's excited. I'm hearing it around town. I played hockey this morning and in the arenas. This hometown hockey's big. So anything you can pass on to the public? Thank you.
Well, we're certainly all very excited for it. Rogers displays will be rolling out. The Peach King game is going on the Friday, so we can start it a little early before it starts on the Saturday. So there's things planned Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So we're really looking forward to that. Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Once again, on behalf of the DIA, I want to remind people that there's the Grimsby DIA has got this puck passport program, which will be rolled out during the next couple of weeks. There's 5 puck stickers. You get the stickers. You put them on the little passport, and you could win a $100 DIA gift certificate. There's a $550 There's a whole bunch of different prizes here. I'm trying. Dr. Chess McNeil donated a pair of tickets for 14 Ice Dog games. And so there's various prizes. And so please take advantage of it. Pass the word around. It's called a DIA Puck Passport. And I believe it was advertised in the paper as well. So great program. And again, sponsored by the DIA. Thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. Just one thing to announce. I know it's Ladies' Night on Thursday, and that's downtown. I think that they're doing a like a pop-up booths and stands in what was the former Two Jours. That's right beside Giant Tiger, between Teddy's and Giant Tiger. I know they're also doing it on Saturday. It's like some pop-up booths, different vendors are inside the store that was formerly Two Jours clothing store. And there'll be some interesting local stuff there. So if you're downtown on Ladies' Night, or if you're around on Saturday, that's right beside Giant Tiger. Just so everyone knows. Thanks.
All right. And I thought Councillor Sharp was going to bring it up, but the Rotary, along with the museum, is having the Fantasy of Trees again this year from starting on November 26th to December 5th. So that's at the museum. So it's glad that that's operating at 50% capacity for this year. Seeing no further announcements, the next meeting of council is scheduled for December 6th, 2021. Following committee of the whole. So we're now moving into closed session right now. So I need to read the closed session electronic statement declaration. Good evening, members of council. Before we begin the closed session, all members are reminded that any discussions in closed are to remain confidential as per our procedural bylaw and our code of conduct for the Council of the Town of Goodsby. Before we begin, I need each member that is attending electronically to confirm the following: that you understand that matters are to remain confidential, and confirm that no one else is present with you, confirm that no one else can hear this closed session, confirm that you're not using any electronic devices other than your tablet or computer for the purposes of this video conferencing only, and confirm that you're not recording this portion of the meeting. If you acknowledge all the above, please reply with "I understand" and confirm to all the statements. Councillor Bothwell,
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Dunstall,
I understand and confirmed all the statements.
Councillor Frake,
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Cadwell,
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Ritchie,
Understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Sharp,
I understand and confirm to all except the electronic devices.
Councillor Vane,
I understand and confirmed all statements.
Councillor Vardy,
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
and myself, I understand and confirm to all the statements. Need a mover and seconder to move into closed. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that council meet in closed session under section 2392C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, specifically relating to 44 Lakeside Drive, and section 2392K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on behalf of the municipality or local board relating to planning related negotiations for Windward Drive. All in favor to move into closed? And that's carried. Now moving into closed. I'd like to welcome back the public to our council meeting. We are back in open session now. Need a mover and seconder for direction from closed session. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that confidential report DPW 21-28 be received and that staff propose with the direction provided in closed session in regards to 44 Lakeside Drive. And that confidential report PA 21-43 be received and that staff proceed with the direction provided in closed session in regards to 4 Windward Drive. All in favor? That's carried. Need a mover and seconder for first reading. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Vane. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 21-88 and that same be read a first time. All in favor? That's carried. Need a mover and seconder for second and third reading. Moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 21-88 read a first time, now be read a second and third time, finally passed, and the mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same and rule councils of the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? That's carried. All right, meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone.